an opening point. Straight out of the gate, Jack Draper, clean ball striking. And so if you haven't seen him play much, he's very dynamic on the court. He's got shots. He can play. He can use the whole tennis court. Quite a creative mind. Will come forward as well. And you see they're pretty well established off both sides. You ever had that problem when you went to serve, Dave? You rattled the ball, there was something in it?
It's a malfunction. There's another one that he's dispatched as well.
Well, that's a shot. You know, when I asked his coach what a couple of things he's looking for on the court, that's one of them. And to me, the other one's his forehand. Those two weapons, key weapons, have to be at their best tonight, I think, for a long period of time. For that exact reason.
30-15.
Can't see if there's any strapping on that shoulder, but there's a little bit of fidgeting, isn't it, there, as he works his way through this opening service game. Bit of Spartacus and Co on the Athenian warrior, is that on the shorts there? Looks a bit like that. Holds his opening service game.
First game.
It's a high energy venue, this one, when you're playing in it. So you've got to have a level of calm about you. You can't get too caught up with the crowd. You've got to wait for your moments, and it will probably be towards the end of the end of sets or break point. And there's the initial win predictor. Pre-match, 65% in favour of the Brit, Jack Draper, and probably that's where it sits, I think, at the moment. That's honest.
Hard to argue against that, to be honest, and I try and find any way possible to argue against win predictor, but I think that's right. Look at their head-to-heads, look at the ranking, previous results, particularly after what happened at the US Open, where Draper burst through the draw to make it to the semi-finals.
Draper to serve. Love.
So Jack Draper, for a left-hander, he doesn't land at that. His numbers aren't that big. 59% last year, with the amount of times he landed his first serve in the plates. Not quite high enough for me. So through the match, there may be opportunities for Kokkinakis to get involved in his service games, and he's only winning about 77% of those as well. So I think those numbers can be increased. Oh, it's a ripping forehand. Absolute beauty.
Holds to love.
1 game.
Like Kokkinakis, Draper does have the ability to hit a blistering forehand.
Thank you.
So the landing of the first serve's the big part, because it generally gives you an off-pace return that comes to you, and that allows Thanasi to get his big frame around the court and actually get access to his forehand. And from there, when he delivers a blow, he's generally in full control of a point moving forward. It's hard to break when his first serve lands. And you could say that about every player, but not every player has that forehand explosive shot that Kokkinakis has. That's why it's really surprising he's never been inside the top 50 players in the world with those two weapons. Dave, you've been a world-class athlete, so some would say. The adrenaline's interesting, because if you do have a slight injury, there is adrenaline and it acts as a remedy, doesn't it, a screening. How long can that last, though?
Not long, really. You know, if you're running 100 metres, maybe, you might get away with it, depending on how acute it is, but tennis is such a demanding physical battle, I think. It's not like, you know, the match we saw it. Both of these guys played for 4 hours non-stop. It's not 4 continuous hours of movement, and that makes it even harder.
Yeah.
You know, if you're serving, you're only serving every 5 or 6 minutes. I think, you know, Roger, you're the tennis expert here, but it's such a demanding game, mentally and physically, that the ebbs and flows of a match, if you've got something wrong, you know, it just builds and builds and builds. If it's an acute injury, then, you know, it puts paid to you straight away. If you've got a hamstring injury, you can't run flat out, you can't run flat out, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough it's tough to mask something if it's sitting there and you're brought on the court with something for a long period of time. It will turn up. And for Thanasi, it's been his shoulder, so we'll keep a lookout on these numbers on his serve and the speeds that he generates, because he's going to have to throw a lot of fastballs.
It'll be a good indicator. And the other thing is that issues start to spread and other things start to hurt as you try and protect something as well. So that's something to look at as well. He looks okay for the moment. Early, of course. Kokkinakis holds serve, 2-1, opening set.
Kokkinakis leads 2-1.
So the other question is, of course, having played a 4-hour match, both of them, but for Kokkinakis, we know that he withdrew in Adelaide, quarter-final against Corda there, didn't start, and so protecting that, how was that impacted? He's played a bit of tennis towards, and there's been a lot of discussion about that here in Australia, with Todd Woodbridge talking about his attendance at an exhibition. You know, he played Laver Cup. He played a challenger at the end of the year, which is a good thing. Good idea. Get some match practice. I think you know, the exhibition match, maybe. Professional tennis player, got to go where the money is sometimes. I'm not too down on that. But this has been the weakness for him, to get physically ready for the second round, to get into the third round of the Australian Open has been the hurdle, hasn't it? And
create a platform where you can be relevant all through the year. That's the key. In our sport, it's a full year of play, and for the guys trying to get up the ranking, they need to play a volume of tournaments. You know, once you get up there and you're a top 10 player, top 15 player, you can manipulate your schedule a little bit, and you play your 18, 19 events. For someone like Thanasi, probably needs about 25 weeks. Big ball. Just the area of the court Jack Draper doesn't want to get caught in hitting without any speed there. Otherwise, Kokkinakis will take high risks. He trusts his forehand.
Fault. Fault. 15-13.
Interesting choice from Jack Draper. The first time he had access to the ball and had control of
30-14.
Initial ground stroke, he went into the forehand of Kokkinakis. Now, didn't really go there to move him out of the court.
Thank you.
And from there, he was behind the 8 ball.
Left for service. Please. Use.
May not have got a meet of the racket. Still worth a point.
Advantage, Draper.
Does that mean anything?
Game, Draper.
So Draper survives the break point, holds serve, 2-all opening set. We've seen a bit of shaking, haven't we, of the arm? Not sure. It's impossible to know unless you're in the body of Thanasi Kokkinakis.
Yeah. And the weapon for Thanasi Kokkinakis will create some unforced errors as well. So there are 6 of them on his side of the court. If they keep piling up, they'll hurt him. There's no doubt about that. Jack Draper's taken a lot more conservative path at the moment. Nice opening for Thanasi. Has not missed a first serve at the moment. Bit of a grimace. I'd keep the shoulder as it is. He's 10. He's 9 from 9. Don't generally open up a tennis match of significance like this cleanly. Dropped 2 serves, 2 points on his serve. Draper only dropping 1.
4-0.
Service games from the Australian here. On serve in the opening set, Kokkinakis 3-2.
Kokkinakis leads 3-2.
There's your answer about the shoulder. The painkillers are ready. bananas only go so far in terms of anti-inflammatory.
Yeah. Strangely, you have to ask your crew whether I should take one. Like, you know, you're not a 16-year-old, but anyway, I thought they would have been, all those things get discussed, but I guess that's his support system.
Well, the management of that's interesting. So 1 or 2 should I be taking? I presume that's just a straight out paracetamol or something. But you know, keeping that dose going is, you know, the recommended dose, of course, is 2 every 4 hours for an adult. But yeah, I think in this situation you probably go a little stronger than that. Ignore that. Yeah. But how much do you take beforehand? I presume he hasn't had any injections or anything that would be really difficult to deal with. But just keeping on top of the pain management will be important for Kokkinakis. On serve, opening set.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for play. Hey. 15 love. Third love. Hold.
Pretty calm customer, Jack Draper. Got a good head on his shoulders. He's learnt a lot over the last, since he's come on the tour. Had to deal with a fair bit.
Let's first service.
With his body, getting that right. But he's a good worker. So you can see for Draper, he tries to work Kokkinakis across and wide, and once he gets him past that sideline on the backhand side, that's when he'll go up the line with his next shot.
Service strongly in command. 24 minutes in, 3 apiece.
And so here's the beauty of this serving from Kokkinakis at the moment. Dave's 88% of balls landed, 15 from 17. He's winning high numbers. And because of the shoulder, and there's a little bit of an issue, he hasn't had to go, he hasn't gone the express serve. So he's serving within himself, and his numbers are better.
Yep.
So it's more positioning. Serve within a, so he's got more of a rhythmic and not trying to hit that real big bomb. Lower chance of making it.
So he's just lost 2 points on his first serve so far. At 88%.
And he's averaging 192 kilometres an hour. He's hit his biggest is 201. He's got bigger serves than that. So he's sitting them in there at a comfortable speed that's finding its location. That's a big win for him at the moment.
I think he's surprising himself here with the serve, and it's a good strategy, isn't it? Learning something here.
But it's forced, so, you know, because he's had to. He doesn't have
enforced. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Working though.
And it's actually hard. It's hard to get an athlete who's got a bigger serve than that to say to them, hey, why don't you temper it down? Why don't you go with this as your first serve for the majority of the match and see what that looks like? Because they feel like, oh, hang on, I can actually hit it bigger. I've got another 15 Ks, 20 Ks at times. Good outcomes for him at the moment, as you said.
Game.
That's a big service game once again. Holds to love, leads 4-3 in this opening set.
New balls, please. Kokkinakis leads 4 games to 3.
A bit of pectoral muscle there as well. Just checking to see it's still in place.
Well, he's had
something going on down there.
He also did a pec. He also had a pec strain one year here at the Australian Open, where his pectoral muscle was, yeah, that injury, and that caused him. I can't remember if it would cause him to stop the match or it was part of the match anyway. So that's not a new occurrence.
No Stefanos Tsitsipas anymore in the tournament, so the Greek-Australian Thanasi Kokkinakis has got a little bit of extra support.
Time.
I drive home, there's a billboard on the freeway as I go home with a big picture of Thanasi with one of his sponsors saying, "Go for it." It's still there. Electronic, might be time to pull it down. Australian fans happy with the work of Thanasi Kokkinakis so far here on serve. Opening set, server has been dominant.
Let's service.
Both players so far just losing 4 points on their service.
Stingy, aren't they?
Well, both over 80%. Impressive.
Third Tilo.
And both of them not blasting their opposition away. And Draper's average 182, fastest 197.
And we have, when it's indoors, we have thicker conditions, we have cooler conditions, so it's not the liveliness of a day match with 25, 30 degree heat, where everything's faster. Nice feel, isn't it? That drop shot was never going to be one on that particular shot. So then he was relying on being able to be creative around the ball here, and you can see, I would rather that approach shot to go straight through the middle of the court. Take away any sort of natural angle that's created from your approach.
Game. Four games old. 15 love.
So the serve is dominating play and dominating the scoreboard, both players. At the moment, it's Kokkinakis' saviour as far as keeping him ahead and not having to hit too many serves as well because he's landing the first one.
Game.
I'd like to love. It's been a good serving set for Kokkinakis. Leads 5-4.
Kokkinakis leads 5-4.
It's one of those curiosities of tennis. Thousands of statistics. When you're serving well, 91% for Kokkinakis, 21 of 23. He's yet to win a second serve, Roger, and I think he needs to lift. He's got 0%.
Well, it just shows that when the second serve landed, what the outcomes were. But these are numbers, David, as you just read them out, they're probably all-time high numbers.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have played almost a clear set of tennis where the numbers look like this.
No, it's tongue-in-cheek, but the 0% second serve one stands out, but he's only had 2 of them. 2 second serve points. He's lost both of them, but 21 of 23 on the first serve. 5 service games.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. And as I said, you know, if you came into a match with a little bit of a slight shoulder injury, you think, oh, this is going to be tricky. Maybe I will go for more, but this tempered version has been very successful.
Draper less successful in terms of the first serve percentage going in, but high percentage of points won. But a little bit of extra pressure. Crowd can get involved here and worry the Englishman out of this.
Thank you.
Serving to stay
Ready for
in
play.
the opening set here.
Please.
First point very handy indeed.
And there's a danger for Jack Draper. If he doesn't land the first serve and get access to the point, and you're in a rally, Thanasi Kokkinakis can hit clean winners. He can just take the game out of your hands by swinging away, and he has an appetite to do that. And now the crowd are involved.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. That was nerves. Didn't want to hit the overhead. And maybe thought it might have sailed long, but the minute he let that ball bounce.
Got stuck in the mud in the middle of the court.
That's a good shot. That's not easy at love 30 down, 4-5, Dave, because the easy option would have been to hit that forehand cross court. into the Kokkinakis backhand, but he went over the highest part in a bit of inside out. What does Thanasi do this? Does he rally it? Yes, he's going to stand back and just start the rally.
He wanted the forehand to backhand, he got it, but then sent it long.
Yeah, and it's funny in doing that, if your accuracy's not right and you're both camped in those two corners, there's a point when Kokkinakis is going to get the forehand and go after it, and he did. And Draper was good enough to defend. That was right on the edge stuff for Jack Draper. Got to believe in yourself in that moment, don't you? That's good tennis. Slight mishit, but with that Kokkinakis, I don't know why the apology was. It allowed Kokkinakis to set up and actually do something with the ball. That wasn't the case, and Jack Draper he's been courageous here in this game. Beautiful ability to close the net as well when he had that opportunity.
Please.
And that's why we talk about Jack Draper and we believe he can be a top 10 player, because he can roll up his sleeves and dig himself out of things, and that was a big moment for sure. And that's what the best players do, don't they? They can deal with a crisis time and time again, and they deal with it quite. David, what they do is they actually almost think clearer at times.
And quite often now apply more pressure.
Yeah, you're spot on. Yes, he made some unforced errors on the forehand side, but 7 of them. But you roll the dice with those and accept the winners.
Even Draper had a laugh at that.
Thank you. Please.
small margins both ways.
Please.
Keeps the pressure on here in this opening set. And a strong service game. Australian 6-5.
Kokkinakis leads 6 games to 5.
He's done his job so far, hasn't he? Well, they both have, really.
Well, more than that for Kokkinakis. I think he'd be thrilled with what he's been able to produce so far. The body's in one piece as best it can be. Draper's got himself out of a slight spot in the previous service game. I'll have to.
Are you amazed how players slide on the hard court?
Yeah, I don't understand it, because it's a rough surface. When you know, if you rub your hand up, if you fell over on it, you're going to get a graze, aren't you?
Don't do it at home.
So
right,
it's the. Do they wear different shoes here than they would at the US Open? Hard court shoes, hard court shoes.
Same hard court shoes.
Same different shoes on the grass.
Different shoes on the grass and the different shoes on the clay. So
carpet indoors.
Slightly different as well for some players. More of a hard court shoe.
It's staggering how you watch someone like De Minaur and he can slide 1.5 meters. I don't understand it. So for the second time, Jack Draper serving to stay in this opening set.
Thank you, ladies and
Kokkinakis
gentlemen.
won the first point last time.
Ready for play.
On the second point too, didn't he? Was he love 30?
Love 30. He built pressure.
Let's for service.
That's what you call a crowd silencer.
Yeah.
Just you screw that onto the end of your racket and then you fire it off. Silences the crowd.
They give you nothing. Even the Brits here just moved on politely. Because if there's one area with Jack Draper, even though he defends pretty well, and here you can see he defends well, he's very hungry. I want my player doing more of that. And with Thanasi's heavy-weighted shot, a little bit more forward movement would be great when he gets the opportunity. Don't give Draper the luxury of feeling like he can clear the net comfortably on the defense. And that goes both sides of the court. And just like that from Jack Draper. Is he wearing a little earpiece?
He's listening in.
Listening in and mid-shot. It was very calm of him to actually take the conversation in and apply it immediately.
Hope he's not listening to me. You might be worth listening to.
Look how close he closed. Acknowledged that he was going to get a ball that was floating in the air. Well done.
I love the aggression from Draper. Going into his shell when the temperature rises.
Do you enjoy watching the lefty versus the righty? Do you enjoy watching a left-handed server? There's something classic about it. No? Okay.
I'm going to give it more thought. Off to a tie-break.
6 games all.
So where do you sit in the tie-break here? Both players doing a really good job. The percentages for Jack Draper, his first serve percentage in is at 55%. So on that alone, if you look at those numbers, you'd have to lean slight with Kokkinakis if those numbers continue through a tie-break, because you would think that Kokkinakis might be able to get involved in a rally and then pull the trigger on a ball, and might be the difference. Can Thanasi serve at those levels in this tie-break? Does he press a little harder?
But the answer is no. That was perfect. Wasn't from 193. Perfectly placed. It's hard to do when your natural game is to just stand and deliver.
Yeah.
Little grimace.
It's actually kept him in rhythm.
I'll see your opening service ace, and here's mine.
Fault.
He was nice and played. He's used that drop shot that he's played extremely well, the Englishman, and he's always played it. It hasn't been a drop shot that he's trying to get to land and bounce twice. It's actually a positional play ball that he's hitting, and bringing in Kokkinakis, having to go wide to the court, and then it creates a little bit of opening. Nice tennis IQ, and that was a pressure moment too. And I feel like I'm enormous on the fact that the first set's the most important. You know, people think, oh, well, you got 5 sets. No, you emotionally you want to grab the first. But for Thanasi, I think it's even more important, because does he start to react in a negative way if he doesn't get this set? Does his shoulder sort of become a key figure in the match?
It's a really good point you make with Kokkinakis, because historically you would say he likes to come from behind. He likes to be the underdog, and in his opening round match he lost the first set and then won the next 3. But there's nothing wrong with getting out into the front. Kenyan distance runners, get to the front and improve your position from there.
Exactly. I like their thinking. I wish I could just run with them for 100 metres.
I've seen you run.
Please be respectful towards both the players. Please, not now. Thank you.
That's 3 for the set. Probably the most important one because the other 2 that he hit were when he was 30 love up on the count. That was a nervous serve too. Didn't get all of the racket.
We've seen him a couple of times just pull away when there's a little bit of noise in the stadium, and it's going to be a continuous feature, I think. It's best the chair can try and get the crowd to stay respectful. There'll always be a little bit of chatter.
That's a nice comeback, just to settle yourself.
4-3, Kokkinakis.
That's a great shot. There was cat and mouse going on there because it was backhand. It was forehand to backhand.
5-3.
Forehand from the Brit into the backhand. It was who was going to change lanes first. And the minute Draper decided to go down the line, if it wasn't effective, it was going into the forehand side of Kokkinakis where he could then be aggressive on the ball. What a solid set of tennis from Thanasi Kokkinakis at the moment. The numbers are staggering.
Thank you. Please.
That's a super set of tennis from Thanasi Kokkinakis. Takes it in the tiebreaker. 7 points to 3. 54 minutes. The Australia takes the opening set. We saw Draper over with his coaching staff. Big advantage now for player and coach, that court side on the same level.
Now let's just remember, Draper's a quality player, good tennis IQ. He doesn't get rattled, very stable, and he's not the 15th seed here for nothing. He won't be going away.
First game, 7-7.
As he did throughout that opening set, aside from a couple of points, double fault at 4-2 in the tiebreak. So we saw win predictor 65% to start the match. This big swing. I think that might be a little out of kilter. You happy with that? 65%.
All of a sudden, you almost no chance?
Yeah.
70-30?
No. We agreed with WP early, but I'm not. I think Draper's got a bit more chance than 30%.
Yeah, I'll give him another 10. 60-40 from here.
Maybe factoring in the hometown advantage. Yeah. Not sure the algorithm includes that.
Take a seat quickly, please. Behind the player, please. Any seat for them.
So there was a difference of the first serve missed, point goes to Draper. A little bit of built-up pressure. That serve didn't have the location. So that was the other thing I didn't mention, Thanasi's location of serve, where it's landing. I can't get everything, David. You know, sometimes you miss a bit, don't you?
Yeah, well, I've had a few unforced errors, so it happens to the best.
Knowing the coaches, you got to remember they're courtside. They do have a tablet there. They can go through. They can see where Thanasi Kokkinakis is serving. They'll have those exact numbers that we have, and also see the placement points. They would have relayed a little bit of that to their player as well. And if you're Jack Draper, that's the one I'm looking for. If I can get it fast to the forehand side of Kokkinakis, because it then challenges him to decide, does he want to take on that line, and does he want to try and hit an explosive winner, or is he happy to rally the ball back cross court, and then it opens up that backhand side. Different looking service game, isn't it? To set him up for that finishing product. It's been a weapon for him all night. And you see there, he worked well to get around to his forehand, and then was able to keep enough depth right there. to turn it into his favour.
So first game against the serve for the match. Draper out to 2-love lead. A spot on Roger about the serve being the key for Kokkinakis. Could he maintain that almost all-time level?
Yeah, and it was always
going to be difficult.
It was going to come off. There's no doubt. You just can't keep those numbers up. That's just not, you know, unless you're playing it at home on a computer.
But the first double fault coming then. Draper now.
Wait, please.
I want to consolidate that with a good service game here.
Behind the players. Thank you.
Remembering, the crowd are allowed to filter in now.
Thank you.
Generally in the upper decks.
Yeah, and on the sides. I just came from a Court 3 match where crowd were coming in behind the server all the time, and it's a bit unfair. Right in the eye shot. It's a little different here because the stadium, you're not quite as close, particularly on the sides. You're a long way from.
I'm a little bit of the opinion of get on with it, to be honest. You know, it's just what you get used to.
Thanasi Kokkinakis.
That's big, isn't it? It's been a weapon, and it'd be interesting to look at the numbers, the speeds of the two players' forehands, because Thanasi would definitely be, there it is, a winner speed of 159 kilometres an hour, almost 100 miles per hour. Draper should have been walking to his bag and sitting down and having a drink
3 times.
Yep. That drop shot that he played, David, you would have raced up to that in your current state, which is not bad, and had a clean shot.
Smashed it straight into the net.
Yeah. Maybe, but this one here, take a look at this. Yeah. I mean, from there, you've played that. Hasn't done that all match. Will it be costly? And then that was just passive hitting into a slot of the court. So a game that he had he was in comfortable, wasn't it? He was in a comfortable position. You thought it was 3-love. Changed the complexity of this set at least, and the match.
It was a good serve. Had a bit of spice on it.
And I like the depth from him. Change it up. I'll serve volley. Again, a gutsy thing to do, just to give Thanasi something different to look at. Survival that was. It's almost like Draper's the coach, and I'm just going to feed you some balls in that mid-range court, Thanasi, and keep going after it. Can't quite. So you can see the physicality is in favour of the Australian. Hasn't been able to force Kokkinakis back a lot.
Strange errors from Draper, though, keeping Kokkinakis in this service game.
Yes. Please. Advantage, Draper.
So a good job there from Englishman Jack Draper.
Draper leads.
Defended the break point. Hold serve. Leads 3-love. Walking around the venue, Roger, it's a strange game, tennis. I'm still trying to get my head around it after all these years, and I still haven't worked out how to read the score. But Jacob Fernley's gone from playing in here, big atmosphere, to a cold night in Melbourne where he's been off and on the court on a number of occasions on court 6.
And he's taking on Frenchman Kazoo, who's actually a talented player, and he's down, 5-3. But you're right, you play a big name or a seed or a local player, and you're on a big show court, and you've got everything.
It's camera action.
Yeah, but in saying that, court 6 is, all the courts now around the majors, they've got some.
That's the bar, isn't it? The top, is that?
Yes,
top
that's
court? Yeah,
that's where you've got the top.
Okay, so it's going.
So it's a bit of an entertainment court, but there's some good atmosphere around it because there are stands, there's fans around the court, so the intimacy's there, and it's just as big. It doesn't obviously have the footprint that surrounds it, and so that's the beauty of our sport, I think.
So the one break of serve always looks a little more severe than that. The scoreline 3-love.
Thank you. Ready for play now. Light for service. Light for service.
So question without notice, Roger, just on observation. Kokkinakis, Grand Slam record, 16 wins, 22 losses. When he wins the first set, so he's done that 13 times. He's won the first set. How many times has he gone on to win out of the 13? Just on observation.
Half.
A little more, 8. 8 of 13. Can I tell you right now, he'd be happy if he can make it number 9.
Sure would.
His Draper's starting to get a little warm.
Yep. Nice speed, 154. We're early doors in this, only the second service game, but at this stage in the first set, Thanasi had not missed a first serve.
Was a message that Draper's box was giving him. This is not going to continue. It can't continue. So keep, you pointed it out, keep doing the same thing. Don't need to do anything more just for now. See how it pans out in the early stages of the second set, because it's just not possible to continue at 90% first serve.
We'd all love that.
Well, it's possible, I guess, but it's unlikely.
And that's the result. So for the match, you know, Thanasi, once the ball lands on the second serve, he's only winning 29% of those points. 1 from 4 in this set. Jack Draper's at 64% wins on his second serve point. So I don't dive too deep in the analytics of it and the numbers, but those numbers are critical, aren't they? Those service percentages we saw and that second serve percent win.
Necessity that Kokkinakis can't be as aggressive as his normal game would be on those overheads, but I like it. It just feels safer. You know, historically, you've seen him spray something like that by trying to go with the big one and hitting it wide, long.
Yeah, he's an emotional on the court. He plays with, you know, with emotions, and sometimes it's a little too wavy. This has given him a little bit of calm through his tennis.
Again, the serve well placed. So he's on the board in the second set, 3-1.
Draper leads 3 games to 1.
It's interesting, isn't it? You learn something from a situation like this. The serve, first serve average 191, faster serve 201. Getting a little tighter. But aside from the one break of serve, second game of this set, served well.
Love 15.
So Draper plays that, you wouldn't call it a drop shot, a forward half ball quite regularly. He plays it, it goes across the court, and he'll always stay back and wait for the approach shot. Could come in and actually take away that visual. That's quick hands. Not that easy to get organised
15
when you serve a ball and the ball comes immediately back to you. He does a very good job of being organised here. You can see not much of a backswing or follow through. Again, that big forehand winners his dad. Grey hat there. Gee, it's a big forehand, isn't it? It's a well-produced shot, very natural.
13-14.
And when he accelerates on it, it's very hard to defend as well. There were 3 big blows here. And you can see Draper's done a lot of defending on the Kokkinakis forehand.
Thank you.
Serve here at the break. Draper 3-2.
Draper leads 3-2.
I think the DJ may have gone a little early with the Zorba, but
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for play.
Service break each in this second set. Back on serve.
Draper inside will just be a little annoyed with himself that he got the break, survived a couple of service games, and then dished it back. That would be internally just be annoying him. He'd be staying in the present, but there'd be part of him that would be a little annoyed that he's leveled this game. He's allowed this set to get level again. Gee, I'll tell you what, the old drop shot from Jack Draper needs a little bit of help.
30-15.
David, they're not standard. Have a look at this. Look at this one. That's a bit of a lob.
It's almost hit the service line.
Just trying it from the wrong spots, and well, he got lucky that time.
Light for service.
Super forehand when Thanasi runs around that backhand and he shapes up. You're not really sure where it's going to go. He can pull it down the line and he can just as effectively play that across court there. He's got so much control of this shot here. Really good effort to get his feet around. Have a look at that. And from there he can use the wrist to manipulate the ball either way. And that's where the big part of the real estate was on that occasion.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, please, when the players are ready to serve, about to serve, out of respect for both of them, stay quiet and let them play.
Quite right. You've been warned.
Let's for service. Third level.
So 3 in a row, one side, 3 in the row the other, and now we're even things back up. 4-3 to Draper.
Time.
So back on serve here. Draper had the early break, got out to 3-love lead. Kokkinakis broke Draper's serve in the 5th game. Held to go 3-all.
Love team. Let's for service.
Fault.
Like that move. I'm a really big believer every single time you feel like your opponent's going to stretch and have an off-pace shot, just roll the dice and come in. Even if you don't get the perfect volley you need. Keep letting your opponent know that you won't allow them to hit a ball that's got a lot of air on it and safety. The athlete moves so well now around the court that you can just cover so much. Well struck ball, wasn't it? Saw he had time with the flight of the ball, so actually he used his feet really smartly to step inside the ball, inside the court, and then that allowed his body weight transfer to add a little bit more power on that backhand down the line.
Draper once again gets the break. Squeezing here, Kokkinakis in the second set.
And he was always going to get involved in more service games once the delivery wasn't so potent from Kokkinakis. Regard the numbers, currently 63%. It dipped down to 59 there for Kokkinakis a little earlier in that service game. So it just shows the importance, doesn't it, David, of quality good serving. And how it benefits you on your side of the court.
50-11.
I guess the freedom it gives you.
There's such positivity when he comes in, whether it's on the ground or in the air. It comes in with such purpose, and quickly too. Rapid, wasn't it? 3-love, 3-all. Now all of a sudden set points. So Draper gets it back all square here, takes the second set 6-3. Key.
Well, he pulled up on that serve. Thanasi, I was going to mention his shoulder. We didn't really see, there wasn't any exaggeration on the shoulder. It was virtually how he started the match, David, I think. So that was the pleasing thing. If you're the Kokkinakis camp, you're not seeing any more pain there. It seems to be at a level. But he definitely pulled up as he hit that. See Draper there, long way back on the second serve. Just deciding to take a defensive standpoint. It's more of a rally starter, really. Get that ball back, hopefully get it deep. Challenge Kokkinakis in whether he wants to drive that and be aggressive on the ball.
Please.
What good defense. Outstanding defense from the Brit. He guessed right, really, because Kokkinakis he could hit that both sides. You can see here he held and decided to guess the right way. And just to make that shot difficult for Kokkinakis. Needs a free point.
Please.
Draper will be very disappointed he missed that because the forehand from Kokkinakis went back to him. Normally good enough to make that ball.
And that's worth standing up for the Kokkinakis team after a good start. Third set.
Third set.
And if you see sitting in both camps, you know, from the Draper camp, more of the same. You know, you got a lot of good information from that second set, doing a lot of good things. Broke twice. Yes, he lost the serve once, but in general, a lot of good things are coming from his side of the court. And if you're Thanasi on Thanasi's side,
I'm a little concerned if I'm in the Kokkinakis camp.
They're all smiling. They all look like they're happy, but
he's not walking around as positively as he was earlier, that's for sure. I think there's some little signs of distress starting to creep in. Keep an eye on that.
15 love.
We see it a lot with the top players, don't we? The level, the difference between their top level and when they dip in a match is not that far apart.
Yep, and that's... And a lot of them have a different resilience level attached to them as well. Everybody's different on the tennis court.
Jack Draper.
And so some telling little moments, holes to love. Got that fast start to the second set and had his serve broken, let Kokkinakis back in and then charged away again.
Thank you. Ready for play.
It's just got it, hasn't it? There's a bit of negativity coming
just a little
from Thanasi, and it's a better return from Draper. He stands back on that second serve because he wants to try and get that ball to have some flight and lift and force Thanasi to make a decision. It looks good, looks like it's a ball I want to pull the trigger on, but the margins, you know, there's a high margin for error there if you don't quite get it right. He's missed that Jack Draper, but he's returned a little better in the sense that, you know, he's made a slight adjustment. I feel, and it'll be interesting to see, we'll work with our guys behind the scenes to see if we can take a look at, there has been a shift with his ability to try and get the ball back at Thanasi a little quicker.
Second double fault. What's the average service speed doing for Kokkinakis? It's come down a fraction, hasn't it? 190.1. It's 190.1. It hasn't come down 0.1. I think it's probably come down 2 or 3 kilometres.
Yep. It was at 192.
Yeah. Is that a significant amount? Doesn't feel like it.
Not really. Not in the scheme with the way the match has been played. It's just the amount of time it's landed, and it's, you know, it's still a high number. At 67%, you're generally pretty happy with that.
Thank you.
But it does expose you to your second serve, and at the moment his second serve for the match he's only won 25% of those, 4 from 16.
He didn't do much with that and got away with it. Draper was there, but Larry didn't come off. That's where it appears that the shoulder is its most susceptible. On those overheads, there's not much venom on a lot of those. I want to see Draper throwing a few more up here.
Becoming a telling game, isn't it, David, this one? For Kokkinakis. Good ball striking there from the Australian. Outstanding defence from the Brit. He almost turned that around. He got his lot of balls back. He made Kokkinakis play another 3 or 4 balls. He will smile to his support team, Kokkinakis. It's almost like he smiles as if I'm on a bit of borrowed time.
So Kokkinakis holds serve, leads 2-1 in his third set.
2 games to 1.
Let's take a look at the position of Jack Draper on return. Kokkinakis.
I'm trying to see whether the percentage of balls that he served on the first serve, whether compared to the first and second set, changed because of this. I think what Jack Draper has tried to do by just shifting up a little bit, they're marginal moves, but he's tried to get the ball back a little quicker to Kokkinakis and see if that changed the dynamics of the rally. And I would say at times it did.
The physio has been called to
especially on the second serve. Not so much on the first, but I think on the second serve he was able to make some inroads. So Kokkinakis calls the trainer.
Felt like it was coming.
So we had strapping under here, there's no doubt about that. And then you would think around the shoulder. No? Well, I was surprised.
It appears more pec than shoulder, doesn't it? The hard place to strap. So we've got an assessment period first and then treatment.
Trivia question time.
Yep.
So we have Cousin. Hello. What's your name?
Amelia.
Amelia, lovely to meet you. And Sam. Cousins. Did you?
So your only option, there's no.
It was your idea, okay?
Yeah, a
Ladies
little
and
bit,
gentlemen,
little
Thanasi
massage in there.
Kokkinakis is now receiving a medical timeout.
You know, that's not going to really influence too much, let's face it.
Yeah.
If you've got some form of strain or... Okay, trivia question is, it just popped up, we'll pop it back up. So how many Grand Slams...
Mentally, sometimes it's just about talking to the physio and just sort of getting a little bit of reassurance of what it looks like.
So we've seen him wiggling the arm, stretching the arm, testing the arm from the opening point, really. I think your observation was right in the second set. We didn't see much of it at all.
No.
And then there's been a few more grimaces as we've commenced this third set. There's been the confirmation from the bench as to how many of the painkillers will help. The reality of that is that if it's really good and it works, then it's banned. And the reason why it's banned is because it's really good and it works. In the sporting context, it's generally how it works. And if you were taking a really strong painkiller, then you probably can't operate heavy machinery. That's what it says on the box.
Yeah, exactly. And when you are in this situation, it calms you down a little bit. It can calm you down if you're a little anxious about it. What does it look like? What extra damage can I do? You know, they should be questions that you're asking. Is there any sort of, is there extra damage I can do? I guess you're just searching for little things that may just keep you.
Okay, we'll take a moment now. We'll see if we get some dancing going on.
In saying that, he's, you know, it leads at 2-1, and I'm also a believer there are some players out there, you know, there's a lot of players that play with niggles, Dave, all through the year. There's no, all athletes play with something.
Everyone.
You know, they just do. And so, and there are some athletes that have an enormous pain tolerance level to push stuff aside and be able to just stay in a match or in their particular sport, don't they? You would have seen it over and over again. Some from more amazing efforts, amazing performances are delivered when, you know, when they are in that state, because they almost get in this, I don't know, this version of themselves which.
Yeah, that's right. There's not an athlete on the planet that doesn't turn up to their major events and they've got something that's hurting. Depends what the percentage of that is and what impact it has.
You know, do you think Roger, Rafa, Novak,
always. Never.
Novak, that
Time.
Well, Novak's,
you know,
he looks like his arms and legs are going to fall off sometimes.
Roger's never shown you. I've known where he's walked on court with matches where he's had back spasms and he's been struggling and he's gone out there and he's just, you know.
So that's the interesting thing for me. Like, we know that he's got this issue, etc. He's putting something in the mind of his opponent here that,
yeah,
there's a weakness here.
Filling the tank.
Yeah,
yeah.
So it's fascinating that you say that about Federer, that he's gone out there with, you know, serious issues that he would never let on, and that's an interesting approach. Because with Novak, you see him and you know exactly what you're seeing. He looks like he needs a hospital gurney sometimes.
But at the same time, he's digging in and he'll almost lift in periods of that. So
it's all part of it.
Yeah.
It's the one-on-one battle that tennis provides.
So there's different ways to carve out your wins, aren't there? And that's the beauty of this game, I think. Almost unlike a lot of, there's no time clock. So you can work out ways to try and carve out your wins. So it's, your tennis IQ, your ability to, your mental state of mind through these different stages. How am I going to navigate this? What can I do to help myself?
And the key point from all of that for mine is the scoreline. He's 2-1 up.
Yeah.
On serve, but you look up at the score and you're in front.
Game Draper.
So once again, second time in a row for Draper. Holds to love. He's got a little bit of a prowl about him at the moment.
Love.
Big forehand from Kokkinakis. Treatment worked. Holds to love. Back to back. 3-2 Kokkinakis.
3 games to 2.
It's interesting, isn't it, David? He threw in a 196 there, kilometre hour serve. He's still unloading on his forehand, so I don't think it's bothering the backhand and forehand. There might be a little bit of feeling there, but the speed of the ball is still very much there. That's where I feel like you've then got to just disengage with the being attached to it and remove yourself from that and know that there is a bit of pain there. I'm just going to absorb that and get on with it, because it's not like the rally stroke has dropped right off where you can barely swing through the ball. It's not like his serve's dropped 20, 30 Ks and he's rolling the ball in. So there's a competitive person out there on the court.
Yeah, there's no indication from the metrics that whatever is going on with the pec or shoulder is impacting the return Kokkinakis is able to produce here on the court. 3-2, once again, leading the way here. He's had a couple of good service games. Jack Draper, held to love twice in a row.
So we've just had that backed up. The guys do some great work for us. Our Bolt 6 guys, and they're so last year Thanasi Kokkinakis is 127 kilometres an hour on his forehand speed. This year he's right now it's 2 kilometres up. So there's no negative impact there. So his main weapon off the ground, so it's not impacting there. And we see Jack Draper there just lifting his right leg, so maybe something just caught in his hip. Yes, he's impacted on the serve, but off the back of the court, there's no impact at all.
So with all the information that you've got at your disposal as a coach, you're seeing all of that, you're hearing, you're thinking that, you're getting your player over and saying, listen, I know it might be hurting a bit here, but there's nothing that's demonstrating that it's impacting how you're hitting the ball.
I would have had this discussion a long time ago, David, about what the visual needs to look like and feel the resilience level that needs to be applied on the tennis court. Because I need to be able to message to myself internally on the court consistently in the most positive way to give myself a chance regardless. I'm not going to have everything on my terms. And when they are those perfect days or near perfect, you're
like the first set?
Yeah, you're blessed.
Yep.
The rest of the time I've got to be able to roll up my sleeves.
Game Draper.
So Draper continues the strong serve.
And 3-all. And find a way to have these type of wins because, okay, it might potentially be an injury that shuts me down at some point, but it also may not be, and it may allow you longevity if I could just get through and get another day off. And I've got a number of examples when I've been with my players that, you know, and Leighton in particular did some things that gave him those opportunities when things weren't right, but you'd never know it at that time.
You may not have picked the best example with Leighton because he was like a knight that goes knee from Monty Python. It's just a flesh wound.
Yeah, okay. Well, a 38-year-old winner from France going on fees. Yesterday won in 5. I remember when I started working with him, he would show a little bit of that, you know, this sort of stuff. And he'd come up to me and say, oh, Roger, I feel like I'm broken. I said, what's broken? He'd say broken. It was his way of communicating in English.
He was a bit tired.
And so I told him really early that we show nothing. Learn to play with it. We need to get through it, manage it, remove it from your mind. And it was amazing the impact that had on his ability to train at certain levels and what it did to him in matches, and then where his ranking just accelerated.
Interestingly, if he does prevail here, Kokkinakis is due to take to the court with Nick Kyrgios tomorrow in doubles. That's not going to help.
Well, you wouldn't play. It's pretty simple. At the moment, you wouldn't be playing. I mean, if you came into the tournament with an injury, you're not playing doubles. That's pretty much black and white for me. If you had any, if you're putting all your chips on your singles. Would you play tomorrow if you got over the line here? If you were Kokkinakis?
No.
You wouldn't hit a ball.
Not when the next opponent is the winner of Alex Vucic and Sepp Korda, and they're into a 5th set on a match that's on Kia. So that's been going all day because they've had the big rain stoppage. They've been out there for the best part of 6 hours, starting and stopping, maybe more than that.
Huge opportunity for the Australian there in that match. I always thought there was potential for an upset.
So no, as much as you don't want to let your partner down, you've entered a competition, but you're not when your career best is a 3rd round in a Grand Slam. Chance to get into the 4th round takes precedence, doesn't it? Anyway, we're not there yet. It's 30 all here. Has to hold serve. Big point.
It gives you a freedom as well. So this is what we're getting off the back of the court. Not impaired at all. Swinging from the baseline. And, you know, he's taken, well, you said some paracetamol, and he's dropped four, you know, would have been dropped 3 or 4 of those. They're in his body. There's now a bit more adrenaline in this set. The adrenaline levels have lifted. There's no doubt about that. And it's funny how it can zero you in, right? Draper's done a great job there. That was Thanasi's biggest serve for the night, 202. Talking about the adrenaline. Jack Draper was able to just smartly chip the ball back and play. 13th unforced error for the set. Not a great moment.
Serve. Despite facing the break points, he's played some good points in this service game. Draper's pressing.
And his average was 190 kilometres an hour, so that was down a couple. But this whole game here, it's been accelerated. A 192, a 97, a 202. And then again, it's there again at 200. So I'm going okay, actually. Look at this, David. Look at the kick from here. Watch it. Magnificent technique, wasn't it?
That was straight through the big sticks, straight over the umpire's hat. International audience, no idea what we're talking about. Serving well here.
Please.
Needs to stay in it. He's showing plenty of fight.
Yeah, Jack Draper decided to try and force the issue with his backhand cross-court into the Kokkinakis forehand. He thought he would get it there with some more speed. I'm almost feeling like the ball that doesn't give him that much, that quick reaction time is a better one. A little bit more shape and flight, not necessarily to the forehand side, but just in the rally. Make Thanasi see red.
so I gave you time.
Draper's return's been top shelf in his service game, no doubt. Kokkinakis has been serving well, but Draper has kept himself in it with some excellent returning.
And the beauty to real high quality returning when you play a guy who serves the ball pretty well is just playing it back from where it came. That's the simplest form. You get the nice meat of the racket on the ball. He does that really well, Draper. 203 again, his biggest serve.
Bit of toe-to-toe in the centre of the ring here, isn't there? Trading big punches. Kokkinakis got another serve in him.
Yes.
Now would be a good time to deliver it then. Dropped in at the feet, right in the corner.
And Jack's player box above the court is right behind him at the moment, and they're at his end. And that's been a change this year as well. Had the opening. It was there for him, and he knew it. Couldn't quite get his right hand around the ball to bring that ball back.
Exceptional play again from Draper.
There they are. So in years gone by, both player boxes would be up the one end, but on different sides of the court. And now they're situated where your coaches are sitting right there. So it's just to the right-hand side of that shot there. That's a great ball. That is a beauty. He's gone there 3 or 4 times in this game trying to earn the point, and has done so on 2 occasions. The one that he missed out on was when there was a break point in his favour. And look how he stays right through that line of flight there.
He's found the corners a couple of times, hasn't he?
It's a beauty.
Back to Juice. for the 7th time. He's had 2 breakpoint opportunities, Draper. But for the moment, it's been Kokkinakis who's had the dominance from the juice court. He just can't finish off the game.
They clapped a one hand, one bounce. Come on.
Well, that was a loose one. That's the time that Draper's got back into the game. It's been through his own brilliance. That time was a sloppy error from Kokkinakis. 14 minutes to go.
And they've piled up, David, too. 16 for Thanasi, 5 for Draper. Total, 16 for Draper for the match, 41 for Kokkinakis in the match. Yes, he goes for more, so that he will be on the negative side of those unforced errors, but they're starting to mount.
Can't have the trainer back out again, can you, for the same injury, or can you do it in the next set? Or
the rules, they keep shifting a little, so I don't think so.
Ready for play.
I actually think you can bring them back out, but there's no extra extended time, if you know what I mean. Yeah, there's a couple more times you can bring them back out, maybe 2 more times. So this is where this venue changes a little bit. We get to the back end of the set, you're tight on the scoreboard. Every point has a different type of reaction if the Australian wins. So it starts to play on the mind of the opponent. To date, Draper's been very linear with his emotional lower serves for Jack Draper. 133 kilometres an hour. It gave Kokkinakis all the time in the world to get around.
Thank you. Ready for play.
Wasn't a big return, 135, but it was just the fact that he had so much time to choose the sides. He's absolutely decided to play it safe. And it's not, it hasn't been just the serve in this set that's gone a little safe. His forehand also has gone a little safe.
Thank you. Quiet, please. Thank you.
Only 3 winners, but his rally ball has lacked penetration.
Kokkinakis has the crowd on his feet, on their feet. Shows the importance of that previous service game. Went for 15 minutes, comes back and breaks to lead 5-3.
We've seen any shoulder movements in the last 10 minutes?
Nope. Nor should there be. It's operating as per the manual.
Warning, Mr. Draper.
That's good ball striking, isn't it? Really good ball striking.
Thank you. Ready for play. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
He's a hard man to handle when he gets access to his forehand. No doubt about that. And Draper's has created that opportunity with his lack of ball speed. He's hitting the ball freely now. He's always, it's been coming out of the middle of the racket all evening, really. His ball striking has been very clean. It's now he's just locked in.
Ashes are on here later in the year. That's clean bowl. Straight through him.
I thought I had it.
Yeah, no, got him. Gone.
Thank you.
set point.
40-30.
2 break points in the previous service game with Kokkinakis. Draper would be 4-3, hold serve 5-3 in the set. Possibly the match is in his grasp.
Thank you.
Opposite has been the case, and now Kokkinakis 2-1 lead.
Please.
So against the run of play, really. Kokkinakis takes the third set 6-3, leads 2-1.
Oh, absolutely got enough. Nice extended rally to open the fourth set. Now, right now for me, this is the best version of Kokkinakis that we've seen the last 15 minutes, because there's quietness, there's calm within him. You know, he's actually not. He's not flexing the shoulder. There's not that carry on, and he's sort of locked into this tennis match, and you can see the pure hitting that he has at his abilities. He's a real threat, big time right now for the left-hander. And what's going to be exciting for me is watching the underdog now, who's Draper, navigate his way back. Does he decide to be a little bit more offensive with his forehand, which has definitely backed away, given more time for the Australian? You mentioned the 5-set match he played 2 days ago. Is there an effect there? Shouldn't be. Thanasi's naturally, in his mind, he's more prepared to roll the dice and take those higher risk shots on as well. And I'll tell you the beauty of that, Dave, is that in this environment, if it comes off, you get rewarded tenfold. In a lot of other areas that he might be playing around the world, they'll clap it politely, but they're not riding you. That time it works.
40-13.
So Draper starts off the fourth set, holding serve. Have you called a match at this tournament that hasn't gone to 5 sets, Roger?
I did get one today, just to break it up.
Right.
Just to break it up. But, you know, you never know. We might settle into one here. I know you were a little bit nervous when we got teamed up.
You haven't had a good record so far of short duration matches, that's for sure.
And you were nervous.
But I'm enjoying this. I'm here for as long as it takes.
Halt. Halt.
Love 15.
First time Jack Draper's shown a little bit of like frustration, shakes his head at just like, what was that? Gee, you don't miss that. Second serve, 138 kilometres an hour. From this point on, it's going to feel different in here, isn't it? 2 sets to the good. As the games move by, they're just going to keep the energy up for Thanasi. It's going to have a different feel for Jack Draper.
As a player, does that change your strategy? Like the first point on the serve of Draper with the crowd involved, if you can...
I need to hit that ball in.
Yeah.
Yep. I need to just engage it from back there, and then if I get an opportunity, then I'll rip it a bit closer, if I'm a bit closer to the baseline.
Can you have that presence of mind as a player? That's the question. 2 big swings here.
Yep.
Just get the crowd going.
And that's the beauty of, you know, and again, this makes the tennis athlete, and this is why throughout the course of the year, this is how you group your wins, because you have an understanding of the environment there. You can, you know, we can feel it. That's a better accelerated ball, and that's what Jack Draper's doing. I find I've hit a ball that's more of what I'm looking for. Had a bit of speed on it.
Not quite as useful having the crowd right behind you at 40-15, is it? Can't hurt, but...
So what Draper hasn't been able to do is
40-13.
he's very rarely been able to push Kokkinakis away from the baseline and from the court. He's, you know, there's been a comfort level. He hasn't been able to hit that penetrating ball. That's loose.
Okay, so maybe the crowd can help you at 40-15.
Just a little unsure of himself here, Jack Draper. Trying to make him, he's trying to be positive with his talk. He's not feeling like his opponent can hurt him. And you can see that. You know, Draper's trying to accelerate the ball there. He did that, but he actually didn't get in. He didn't lean into it and actually stick with it. It was just a stand and deliver without the body.
Thank you.
That showed a lot of uncertainty, not a lot of confidence with that shot. Decided to take that volley in the air. He did well to deal with it, and he played it through the middle of the court, but the heart rate would have gone up a little bit. The guys handle these. They handle them so well, but they're not easy. They look easy on while we're watching.
It makes me nervous. Up to the task. Finds another break point.
Yeah, that's the game, isn't it? But you can see visually when you're watching Jack Draper, it's like he's trying to throw everything into it, and he's just not getting nothing out of the ball. He's getting nothing from the racket. It's not. Maybe he needs to get a couple of rackets strung a little looser, just to get a little bit more of a trampoline effect, because he can't move Thanasi, and when Thanasi just decides to accelerate the ball, he's on full defense. Huge point here.
Please.
gets the break early in the fourth set. And it's fair to say, Roger, the crowd think that's okay.
Kokkinakis leads 2-1.
Trainer back out. Well, I thought this was a very good point from Kokkinakis. It was mature, wasn't it? He kept the ball in play and then attacked a few times, but safely. There's a bit of margin there. Got the opportunity. Not sure the drop shot came off the racket as exactly as he wanted it, but he did enough. But there wasn't any wild swipes at the return of serve, or a couple of times there on the break point. He made sure that the return found the court. Sixth time in the second round of the Australian Open, never to the third. And they're 3 times at the French Open, but at home, even when he's come in with strong form, he's had some good first round wins, he's had some epic ones as well, but he's never got to the third round, despite the urgings of the local crowd like we've got in here at the moment at Cain Arena. Been serving well. Keep it up, and he's got an appointment against another Australian. Alex Vucic, who's defeated Seb Korda in 5 sets.
Said that when they sit down, they do show scores on the scoreboard. They roll through of completed matches. So if you're Thanasi, maybe you've seen it. You never know. I know you don't want to look ahead, but it's the players do look at the screens. They look at what's up there.
Would you be looking at that, contemplating what's next?
Oh, I just think players do look. I know what all my players did. They'd talk about all sorts of things they saw in the crowd during the match.
Scores of other matches might not be at the top of the list. You're not there yet, though.
15-all.
Just on 3 hours.
And it's like anything. If you're a big hitting ball striker and you've got natural power, it stays with you right throughout the course of the match. So as the match is wearing your players down, that big ball striking continues. You become even more dangerous if you can find the mark.
A few more errors starting to creep in for Draper as well.
14-15.
consolidates the break in this fourth set.
Kokkinakis leads 3-1.
And Draper's frustrated, there's no doubt about that. Ball was thrown to him, he snatched it from the air. He's trying to stay positive. I like it because you need to. There's still a big story to be told potentially here.
Light for service.
But you don't want to create any more distance.
Well, you can't get ahead of yourself, but I'm getting ahead of myself. If you're Kokkinakis, you're thinking 3 more service games. If I hit 12 good serves,
Well, you're thinking maybe 2 from him because this is now, you know, for
you've got some free hits here.
For Draper, he's actually, as I said, I think 2 games ago, he's doubting himself a little. He's a little unsure.
Yeah, that's a good response.
He's not in control of the match. He's not in control of the points off the back of the court. It's all, you know, you feel like now when the ball's in play, it's about Thanasi.
Let's replay the points.
Oh, that's a big call. What was going on? It is a big call.
Kokkinakis is awarding the points to Draper. 30-15.
So that's interesting. So that was a sportsmanship. So I'm guessing someone in the crowd was involved there. Oh, that's it. That's outstanding, that ball striking. That's as good as you can hit a tennis ball on the forehand side. And he's continually looked to get hold of that forehand really short in the rally. Hunting that short, hunting that third shot forehand 80% of the time in the rally. And it's been a dominant shot in big moments.
So, an eventful game. Draper holds. Kokkinakis gave him a point in the middle of it. 15 all. So, in the middle of a rally. There's a bit of discussion, and Kokkinakis said, I'll give him the point. He did, Draper, have the better of the rally at the time. Kokkinakis was a little bit out of position, but let's have a look here. Let's have a listen too. That's a big call. You don't hear that. You know, sometimes if there's an impediment on the court, someone throws something onto the court, ball kid drops a ball, something that gets in the way, but that was a little strange. It was just talking that there was a noise, but we didn't hear one then. Anyway, move on. Big call. Kokkinakis still has the advantage here with the break.
And there's the other value of having a big weapon like that forehand. That's, you know, that's a long way behind the baseline going back. You watch Thanasi, he's going back and still able. Cheating a little bit was the Brit sitting on his backhand side, so there's a gap there, but still able to generate that speed from there to hit a clean cold winner. Been like this since the start of the match. Ball's come off the middle of the racket nicely, and it's fast. That's sweet timing, isn't it? That is just, you can't hit the ball cleaner than that.
Out. Game, Kokkinakis.
And now the scoreboard starts to build the pressure on the Englishman.
4 games to 2.
Can afford to be aggressive on Draper's serve here. Kokkinakis get the first point here, and a real tester.
You're gonna check the
hold the game, just for a second.
A lot going on here. We're just going to have a little delay. They need to just recalibrate the system. It's all good.
We're just checking the system because of the last ball. We're good to go. Yeah.
Bit going on, Roger.
There is a bit going
Doing
on.
a good job in the chair, though, to say, keeping the players informed of what's going on. Can't be easy.
And she does.
Stressful.
Highly respected. And for Draper, it's pretty simple. Keep the scoreboard tight. See if you can create a little bit of tension there, and you never know what happens.
It's got to start with holding the serve, doesn't it? It's pretty simple.
Yep.
So Draper does hold. Kokkinakis still with the break, though, in this fourth set, leading 4-3. Beautiful scene at Melbourne Park as we look down from the Central Business District, sporting precinct here, the Yarra. Lit up. It is Christmas for tennis fans. And that's what it looks like. Fans in Cain Arena have been in for a treat. 3 hours and 16 minutes. Seesawing encounter. Kokkinakis 2 more service holds, and he's through to the third round for the first time to meet a fellow Australian, Alexander Vucic, who's defeated Seb Korda in 5 sets. Actually, not there yet.
Marked that one down as a winnable match for Vucic. Not an easy one, but a winnable one. Good on him.
Well, that's a brilliant shot. On the stretch. Ball behind him a fraction.
15 love.
And the stakes at its highest.
Again, they're big four-hander start off with. This is good feel, isn't it? That's got a little bit of class attached to it there. Hasn't been much of that. So through the whole, when you look at the match, and it's, how often have we seen Thanasi getting pressed aggressively wide of the court and having to go back and across, and we haven't seen a lot, have we? Hasn't been there. So, and when Jack's sometimes hit a good shot and Thanasi's got a racket to it, he's been able to get some real energy on the ball and keep Jack at bay. So there's been a lot of positive things for the Australian tonight.
Was tighter than necessary.
40-13.
Yeah, obviously didn't expect to hit it that tightly, but from that position there, this is a safer serve into the big parts of the court, and that's where Draper was tracking. It actually would end up being pretty safe.
It was safer than it looked on first inspection.
So they were both playing the right odds there. Draper covering that, the big side of the court, and Thanasi being able to make that.
Let's for service. Please stop doing that, please.
To stop doing that meant. Good depth, good speed on it. I'd just like, you know, Thanasi's serving, his average is 190. Hardest 203. He's in the round 190s at the moment, 195. Jack Draper's still taking that first serve a long way back, and I don't think it's necessary at that speed. Even when the return comes back, it allows Kokkinakis time on the ball to get to his forehand. Just like that, just gives him a freedom. That by the time the ball comes back, He's got plenty of time. And then there's so much space and real estate on the other side of the court that it lights up Thanasi Kokkinakis. It gives him a direct passage that he loves to hit into.
Thank you.
And they haven't been able to find a solution.
So it's a little tight, got the juice. Kokkinakis with some big serves. Takes it to 5-3.
Kokkinakis leads 5-3.
And this game becomes dangerous for the Englishman because
Thank you, ladies and
free hit
gentlemen.
for
Players
Kokkinakis.
are now ready for play, please.
If the ball's there in his slot, he's going to be aggressive with it. You know that in the rally.
Please, no, please.
Just can't find a way to get the ball past him, so
Line 15.
his mind now, Jack Draper's will be a little scrambled.
Ready for play.
Where am I winning the point from? Where am I winning the point from? Is it, at the moment, it feels like it's just the unforced error, Dave, off the Kokkinakis racket that wins him the point.
15-all.
Strike at the tennis ball, and he sees, this is what he sees from his end of the court. He knows he goes for these shots. It's not a high-risk shot, really. He's right behind the ball. And that was a different play. Inside the baseline, jumped on top of it. Ball striking. It's as good as you can hit tennis balls. at the moment for Kokkinakis, and it has been for quite a while.
For a significant proportion of the match, we recall the first set where he served better than he served at any time in any set here at the Australian Open. A couple of points away now.
Okay, thank you. Please.
And defiant little waggle of the finger from Draper. Not done with yet. From Draper, going to get the crowd involved as well. Force Kokkinakis to serve for the match.
Kokkinakis leads 5 games to 4.
Well, I like it.
That was a good hustle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was. It showed the character of Draper as well, because you'll see here this was a grueling, ended up being a grueling rally. No player was budging off the back of the court. They're trying to hold the baseline, was Draper. Then Kokkinakis takes him away from it because he's got an explosive forehand. And then it's all about Kokkinakis here. Can he get it right? To Draper's credit, he got on some offense, and at the end, after shot 17, he said, come on, give me a little bit of love. Surely.
So what have we got still to play out here? Kokkinakis took the first set in the tie-break. Draper struck back a couple of breaks of serve. In the second set, Kokkinakis at the back end of a dramatic third set. Now with the one break, finds himself serving for the match. Has to be said, the serve has been strong for the Australian.
The volume's just about to be turned up a little bit on every point the Australian wins, I think. That was his biggest for the match, didn't land 204. It was almost the best return because it was short to the backhand. It forced Thanasi in, not on his turns, and he didn't quite get it right. And then he's got to tricky bowling at this time of the match.
It came on him quickly, didn't it? And he just snatched it at a fraction.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, please respect these two players here. When they're ready to play, just let them play, please.
Hats off to Jack Draper here because he's in full survival mode. And he was able to do that from that far behind the baseline. He was able to drive aggressively a ball into the open court. Didn't find its mark for Thanasi.
Out.
So Draper runs to love to square things up.
5 games all.
It's a funny game, this one, isn't it?
It's one way to describe it.
But all credit to Jack Draper. I mean, look at the game he put together there. Hustled, didn't make a mistake on return of serve, was prepared to hit the winner if it was there.
Please, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice touch. It was full defence, and your first job was to at least make it and make your opponent play. That was better than that.
Quiet, please. Ready for play. Hold.
Here, that only just went wide from Draper. It was a difficult one. Shot from Kokkinakis was high quality.
15-13.
3 hours and 37 minutes into the encounter.
Thank you. Quiet, please. Please. 30.
Just a little difference, isn't it? It's really good hitting. Again, steps inside the court, is happy to see a little opening and go after it. And he, just because his weight of shot's got more on it,
Thank you.
he can upset.
Just wide.
And you can see the eagerness from Draper.
Yes.
He was desperate to be the aggressor, desperate to be the person dictating that point. He didn't want a ball to be blasted past him.
He was desperately watching it till it hit the ground. That's what he was doing. Back to Juice.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, please stay quiet in between the serves and just before players about to serve. Advantage, Draper.
Saves a break point. Holds serve. Now leads Draper 6-5 in the fourth. So last time Kokkinakis stepped up to serve, he was serving for the match spot in the third round for the first time. 9th Australian Open. Now he's doing so to stay
Thank you. I'm ready for play.
in this set. Keep it alive, send it to a tie-break. Otherwise, we're off to a fifth.
be extremely costly, that opening. And it's interesting that the bit of energy that Jack Draper's got defending the game where Thanasi was serving for it, he's actually got a little bit more speed on the ball because he's got more energy coming out of his body. It's almost like it's inspired him to get a little bit more aggressive on the ball, and it's created its problems. And it's not big numbers, but it's enough. It's been enough. That's a great drop from Kokkinakis there. Draper defending for his life. He understands that every ball back is important. The amount of times he's been a full stretch in this match compared to his opponent. And there's somebody who's he's enjoying the game. Could play a little bit too, couldn't he, Johnny McEnroe? Here we go, David.
Thank you.
It's been a good fight back from Draper. To 5 we go.
Draper by 7 games to go.
Came in a little short on preparation, Draper, didn't he? Missed the United Cup. The injury was initially scheduled to play. And he had that 5-setter against Navone in the opening round. Took the final set 6-2.
This is the perfect game for the Brit.
final set.
It was a statement start, really. Better ball striking from Draper, and as I said, I just think there's just that genuine bit more energy. See if he keeps it up and through the rally where he stays aggressive on the ball. That got him back in when Kokkinakis was serving for the match.
So the win predictor has been confused. There's no doubt about that throughout the entire encounter. Started off 65% in favour of Draper. Got up to 70% after Kokkinakis won the first set, and since then I think it's given up, to be fair. I'm still on 50-50.
You're sitting there, okay.
What does the Rashid algorithm come up with if you pour in all the various elements?
Yeah, let me just work through it a fraction. I need a little time. Well, I thought the way home for Jack Draper was to be able to try and steal a little bit of the baseline if he could and be a little more aggressive on the ball. And I still believe it because you can't allow Thanasi time on the ball where he can get access to his forehand all the time. So, and that was taking place for big portions of this match. And he's been able to strip that number a little bit. Thanasi was about 84% of the time he was hunting the third shot forehand. Now he's at 76%. So I think Thanasi has one more opportunity to bring. There's a forehand speed. You can see Draper's accelerated in that fourth set. And Thanasi's been, well, he's been pretty big right throughout the course of the night, but that acceleration was important. So just going on the Thanasi medical, he's allowed one more. That was confirmed by Paul Ness. He's down there. This becomes a huge point, right? Thanasi has been poor on the second serve points, won 37% for the whole match. He'll need to find the first delivery here, you would think. So the first delivery allows him time on the ball, and from there, well, as the numbers showed, he's got pure speed still, and it's just a matter of accuracy. That's a poor point from Jack Draper. I can understand the theory in some players' heads that, you know, you've got a big swinging opponent up the other end. I'll throw it at them, and they might give me a free point. They might blow that and give me an opportunity. But I'm big. He goes to the backhand side, Draper, immediately. Hit it with a little bit of force.
One game on.
Got away with that, the Australian.
Well, to be fair, he produced some big points, didn't he? You talked about it. The first serve had to go in, and it did. And that set things up from there.
Thank you.
Slight miss hit there to the backhand side of Draper, and that's all Thanasi needs. And wow, he can hit his forehand. That's a top 20 forehand, maybe top 10. Not too many players can hit the ball that well off the forehand side. This is workmanlike from the 15th seed.
When you haven't played that much tennis and you've got a little injury cloud coming in, 2-5 setter to start the year.
Oh, it's a beauty.
Quality hasn't dissipated at all, has it?
30-15.
He's a competitor.
Let's for service.
So there's the extra speed on the ball off the forehand side. And that's what I was looking for, because it actually starts to get Kokkinakis moving a bit more aggressively. Takes him away from having the position. And you can see how he's on top of the court as well. Nice change.
So Draper holds and has the advantage of that serving first. So when he sits down every time, if he holds his serve, he'll be on top of the count. 2-1. A little more treatment for Thanasi Kokkinakis on that recalcitrant pectoral, just flexing it to see that it's still operating. It is. And hanging on a knife edge, this encounter. Chair umpire just reminding Thanasi that if he's going to return to the court, the shirt has to be on. His bench coach, Brendan Walker. On serve, 5th set.
Ready for play.
Gee, that was a big hit. Not happy at the moment. I think he's getting the encouragement from his team. I'm not sure if he's feeling it. How could you not be?
It's his thing, though, isn't it? I think we know that there'll be a little bit of grimacing, bit of head shaking, and then he'll
dig in.
Yeah, hit 130km/h forehand.
Let's for service.
Speed's come off a little on the first serve here. Oh, just missed. Little bunt down the line, went wide.
Third C15. Thank you.
Quite difficult. Drive volleys, forehand, backhand, and then final volley to put it away, 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 put it away. It's worth repeating, I thought.
Yeah, why not? And we just clicked over the longest match of the tournament. 4 hours and 10, David. I think 4:09.
You've been involved in all of them, I think. Anything that goes over 4 hours,
that's why I know. Our good friend Greg Sharko just sent me that.
You're a danger on the commentary roster. It's been pointed out 2 days ago, and it's proven to be 100% correct.
If you want the theatre,
yeah, I like it.
You team up with me.
I'm here for it. You're good company. Good action on the court.
dipped late. Draper thought it may have missed, and let's take a look. Yeah.
2 games old.
4-0.
Kokkinakis prevails here. 2 Australians will be playing in the
Thank you.
3rd round.
Ready for play.
There's been some celebrated clashes. Philippoussis, Andrew Willie.
Yeah.
Here's a good one for you.
Shot
2015.
makers there, by the way.
Bernard Tomic, Sam Groth. Tomic and Millman, 2016. That was the last time. Not there yet, though. Past his bedtime, I think. Wake up.
Oh, it's a nice bowler, isn't it? That was a beauty. Quality return and just on reflex there.
30
was Draper. For a man that he was out of sorts to that middle stage of the 4th set. He looks very calm within himself at the moment.
So Draper's been strong on serve in this 4th set, 5th set. 3-2. Nice around the neck. Called for extra towels before the start of the match. He knew he was in for a long one before he even started, Jack Draper.
And he's using an ice around his neck as well. So it's, you know, he's thinking out there, isn't he? Just trying to keep things.
All right, so we've played this 4 hours and 14 minutes. Here we go, John Cain. You've been amazing tonight. Best night of the AO so far. Come on, let's keep it going.
Time.
Fair bit of sustenance been taken on board by both players. 4 hours and 15 minutes into the encounter. Longest of the tournament so far. Back-to-back 5-setters for Jack Draper, the first time in his career. Kokkinakis is an experienced campaigner when it comes to 5-setters, particularly here at the Australian Open. Few spare seats.
Ready for play.
If you've left at this point, you're being told that you're not coming back. You'd want to have a good excuse.
So this is interesting. So last game the service speeds came right off, and the average serve speed has dropped a couple of kilometres now. It's 189 for Kokkinakis, but so there's been the 150s, in the 160s, touching 170s. Let's see how Jack Draper reacts to it, because he now shouldn't be expecting that 200 serve. The adrenaline's not quite the same out of the Kokkinakis body. Does he decide to change his service position, return position? I'm guessing he's probably not. Defense to an absolute stunner up the line. That was, David, extraordinary. 18 shots, the majority of them for Draper was about defense. He was sitting there and defending as hard as he could, and then he had one opportunity with a little off-pace ball from Kokkinakis.
Not operating with much margin or room either with that shot.
Thank you.
Yes, this is why I think you've got to make a little adjustment. The serve's not going to be
47.
It's not going to be a bullet. Why would you give so much real estate away so that ball can actually be effective out wide? And again, by the time that ball comes back, Kokkinakis has time. I actually don't want him to have time. I want him to have to think, see the ball, and I'll just go for something. Make a bit of a rash decision. That time he stepped up a little on the first. Got awkward for him, but what a great job on the volley then just to drop the ball, because after he hit that, after he hit this shot, he watches and then late decides to come in, and then this got tricky. That was an exceptional touch just to drop it in the zone, which allowed him to win that point.
Please.
You can't stare down the umpire that's called the foot fault, can you?
It always is a bit disconcerting, the electronic foot fault call.
What a ball. Well, this is a time in the match, David, where it just the scoreline suggests you've got to play big, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When you can, you play big.
We heard from Kokkinakis' coach at the beginning, Brandon Walken, said, you asked him what was the plan, what are the two things? Watch the ball. That was the number one thing, 3-all. See ball, hit ball.
That's it. It's an interesting answer, but whatever floats your boat.
Now we're enjoying this 3-all, fifth set. Wednesday about to become Thursday shortly. Raucous. Cain Arena.
Bravo. Thank you. Players are now ready for play. Well done. Thank you.
Just trying to fill the Kokkinakis tank, aren't they? They're trying to fill it up. This is why Thanasi Kokkinakis plays well here in Australia, because they ride the big shots. They love the big moments when players are going after it and creating.
Thank you. Cheering is excellent, but please do not destroy it by doing this in between the serves. It is not fair. Please. Thank you very much.
Jack Draper has to be careful here.
He's pummeled that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. Stretched the peg to its capacity.
Love 13.
And he loves it.
Yeah.
This is the thing about it. He just loves it, and he can relax in this moment as well, because he loves this
Thank you.
environment. So
Ready for play now.
this is where he has always played his
Thank
best
you.
tennis.
Door is ajar here.
Please.
I think it's more than a jar right now.
Good play from Draper. It's very good play.
Well, the best part about it is that he needed to own that point, and he couldn't have just accepted that ball and rallied that ball back. He needed to either take it on one way or the other. He was either going to win or lose a point. I still think that's when Jack Draper's, in this scenario, is going to be at his most advantageous. That's outstanding. Not an easy thing to do. Right there, the return came back, and he made a conscious decision that I'm driving this into the open court and coming in. Again, owning the point if he had an opportunity. This is good tennis. This is cool stuff. Oh, special. What a special 3 points right there.
40-13.
It takes courage to all of a sudden get on the front foot, take the baseline away, flatten the ball out.
And finish it off too. It was excellent work indeed. Game point. Do you like riding roller coasters?
Yeah, I do.
Deuce.
We're on one here. Punch and counter punch. We talked about it in the previous set. Like a prize fight where they stand in the middle of the ring and throw haymakers at each other.
Thank you. Thank you. Draper.
So it's a good hold of serve. In fact, better than that, it's a very good hold serve.
Draper leads 4 games to 3.
He'll like that too. He doesn't shy away from the reaction of the crowd. 4-3. So the first time we've seen that reaction, he wants the crowd.
I love it. He's actually decided to turn the crowd into his way by using them as the energy.
Time.
Hours and 27 minutes, quarter to midnight on Wednesday night in Melbourne. Energy still remains high. I've had to have another chocolate.
Boy, you've needed
I've demolished quite a few, to be fair.
you've needed to fuel up, and you've done a very good job.
I went a little early.
Well,
it started in the second set.
You like the players, you've got to keep it a premium.
Correct.
You've done that.
They eat gels, I eat chocolate.
And it's really now whether Draper can make inroads on this first serve, which is not landing at any real speeds.
Ready for play.
And can Kokkinakis keep throwing these big haymakers with his forehand and finding its mark, David?
But the service speed's becoming problematic for Kokkinakis. That was 140. And Draper just has to come forward, doesn't he, and give it a bit more of a hammering.
Yeah, and his ability to look after the second serve hasn't been there throughout the course of the night, so it might get dangerous. And Draper's definitely got the mindset of, I'm going to come forward now and actually try and push the game towards Kokkinakis. And Thanasi acknowledging he needed a little bit more speed there. He tried to find it at 178. So there's a bit of an illustration. So if you step up on the ball and you don't quite get it right, like Draper then, he hit the ball directly back to the forehand. It leaves you in a bit of a vulnerable position to defend. Yeah, he'd be disappointed with that return. 133. One thing that Draper has done extremely well is when he has defended, he's been able to get himself back off that mark quite quickly. He hasn't lost any of that speed. His defensive effort has been outstanding. And it's given him this little opportunity again.
Let for service.
trouble.
15.
Capital T.
Thank you. Please. Quiet, please.
It's a bit surprising, really, that Draper hasn't been able to do more with that return, given the speed that they're coming down at.
It's a weird feeling, you know, as a player, because you're not normally getting that speed as the first ball, if you know what I mean. So it is a little tricky. That
So Draper breaks at a crucial moment and will now serve for the match. Reminder, Kokkinakis served for the match. Back into the fourth set. 9 Australian Opens for the Australian. Never been to the third round here. He's going to have to break here to stay alive.
and the Draper player box up above were all on their feet for the final, potentially a final push here.
Thank you. Ready to play.
It's only his third Australian Open. Jack Draper, he's never been to the third round here either. Of course, semi-final of the US Open, standout in his Grand Slam resume.
Thank you.
Oh, that's outstanding. Gee, that side of the court for Jack Draper in the end of the fourth and through this set has been the step up. He's been able to find a little bit of speed from that side of the court as well. And not just the speed, direction. All credit to him for
He loves antagonising the crowd here, and I like it. Draper, there's a lot to like about the way he's gone about this. We talked about the silencer earlier. Been constant. 3 match points.
Thank you.
Well, it's a rocket to finish it off. Jack Draper prevails in back-to-back 5-setters to make it through to the third round. The Australian Open for the first time. 4 hours and 35 minutes. And that was impressive from the Englishman.
And that was impressive. That was a quality tennis match. Takes two, doesn't it, to create entertainment, and they They play different styles. And Thanasi Kokkinakis, you know, he threw everything out there. There's no doubt about that. He turned up, threw everything out there, put himself in a massive winning position, serving for the match. And to Jack Draper's credit, he found something.
Well, he had to win the last 2 sets, didn't he? And he had to save a break serve when Kokkinakis was serving for the match. And he'll go away here, and I think that's the one that got away for Thanasi Kokkinakis. He's serving for the match when he'd been serving so well. He was dominant on serve.
And all credit to this man for deciding that he either had the press or he was out of the competition. And he decided to press and take a risk. And then he continued that on throughout the course of the 5th set, and that was the telling factor as well, that he was able to continue to play at that level in the 4th.
I'll tell you what, if I knew the prize was getting to shake John McEnroe's hand and have a conversation with him, I would have wanted to win as well. So this will be a thrill for Jack Draper. Not sure if he got that at the US Open, but he's on his way out to talk to John McEnroe right now.
Jack, first of all, just as an ex-player and a commentator who calls a lot of matches, and I think I speak on behalf of the crowd, I want to say thank you to you and your opponent for witnessing one of the great matches and efforts that I've seen in quite a while. Really well done. Now, tell me how the hell you just pulled that off.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a really tough match. Thanasi is an unbelievable player, someone who I have great respect for. Every time I play him, he brings his best tennis, and especially here, you know, in Australia, you know, he's so dangerous. So I'm really proud of the way I competed today, and I eventually came through. I'm very happy about that.
You should be, yeah. You notice the guy on the other end that's playing unbelievable tennis, but at the same time, he's called the trainer a couple times. Looked like he was struggling a little bit on his serve with his pace. How do you handle that? How do you, when you're watching that from the other side?
Yeah, it's difficult. Obviously, credit to him. I think he was hurting quite a lot. Obviously, he pulled out last week. Had a really long match, his first match, and he came out here and he gave it his all until the end. Obviously, he was hurting, but credit to him. He was a great fight today.
What about you, though? You actually had an injury yourself. You weren't sure if you were even going to play. I think it was your hip. It looked like you were better in the 5th set than you were in the 1st set. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play for a few weeks in the off-season. I was on the sidelines, not really playing, so I didn't know if I was going to be fit to come here. I know that my tennis is improving. Like I said, this match would have really helped me again. Obviously, the first match was 4 hours. I don't want to be out here for that long, but I'm getting better each set, and I'm really proud of the way I'm going about my tennis.
You knew you were going to... Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And also, you know, I'm behind glass up there calling the match, but this is, and I won't keep you much longer. You look like you're a little stiff. How could you not be? But the crowd was absolutely electric. The energy, thank you for all you crowd. But it had to be somewhat inspiring to you as well. I know that you knew you were coming in, you're playing an Aussie, they're going to be pro Thanasi, but you handled it incredible. And as a matter of fact, it seemed like you fed off it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this is what I played for since I was a young guy. You know, I wanted to play in front of big crowds, and whether you guys are with me or against me, you know, it was a tough atmosphere to deal with. As you guys are obviously all with Thanasi, but you know, I had a little fun back as well. So it was so good to be out here. Really happy with the amount of support we every year get here at these big tournaments, and it's unbelievable.
Well, I'm not going to keep you any longer. You go back and get that body back and try to recover. Give it up, please. What a match. Give it up for Jack Draper. Incredible.